Good morning and welcome to New London Tech in Bedford County, Virginia. We have the best 4 players in the game along with the biggest purse of the year. Over the next 4 days, players will be challenged by the incredibly tight fairways of New London Tech and the elevation of Ivy Hill. This is the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol.
Fairway and you just drop off your bag and you walk all the way
Coming
up
off
hill.
a big win last weekend, Missy Gannon getting warmed up on a chilly Thursday morning. And we're going to jump out to the course for some action. Second shot by Hannah Wynn on hole 1. Setting herself up for the birdie look. And like a nice cup of warm coffee. What a great way to get your morning started. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside 4-time world champ and Hall of Famer Val Jenkins. Val, last weekend they were just 3 hours south of where they are right now. They were in Rock Hill, South Carolina, playing in the Throw Pink Women's Championship. Missy Gannon takes it down again to become only this first player to ever win that event twice in its relatively short history. But you got to love what she's doing and maybe making that push for Player of the Year.
Yeah, she is certainly coming up big at the end of the year, as we know she likes to do. The stakes are getting higher, the paychecks are getting bigger, and that's when Missy Gannon really is just so clutch. But this year, she did start off with some big wins. This is her hoisting the trophy at the Champions Cup, and she continued that on throughout the spring.
She was at the Cascade Challenge up in Washington a few weeks ago, picking up the DGPT Plus event over there in D-Glow. And then, of course, not too long ago, the playoff event, MVP Open. Just a few days ago, a very quick turnaround. That was just Sunday around noon when she was collecting that trophy, and here we are a few days later, certainly making that case for Player of the Year. And I feel like the top contender going against her right now, Silva Sarnen. And you look at their stats, with both having 3 wins on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Missy finishing in second in the tour standings compared to Silva in 4th. Their average finish, Silva seems to be a little bit more consistent in that category, and head-to-head between the two of them, Sarnen with the slight advantage. And Missy Gannon, as you said, coming up clutch, especially at the Tour Championship. And as you can see there, she has earned enough at just this event to be 11th on the all-time career in Elite Series or major earnings, $121,000 and change just at the Tour Championship. And we've got our format here this year, compressing the score slightly from what we saw last year. Holland Hanley will start the tournament at 8 under par. Missy, who finished second in the standings, will be at 7. Own 6, and Silva Sarnen at 5 under. A couple of women, Ella and Paige, both at 4. Kat Murch, Valerie Mandujano at 3 under. Cadence, Evelina, Hannah Wynn, and Katrina Allen all at 2 under, and so on. So it's great to go out and get those starting strokes here, but it's a 4-round event on a very wooded track over the first 2 days. Both Holland and Missy kind of talked about that mentality of, I feel like I'm just going to start at even, and you can't worry too much about having those starting strokes. They're great, but you can't lean on them too much, especially when you're starting at a place like New London Tech.
Yeah, this is a very tightly wooded course, and I think it really levels the playing field. So I feel like it is such an advantage to have those starting strokes to help you out a little bit here in the woods, and then it will open up the last 2 rounds at Ivy Hill.
Getting warmed up and ready to go. Wanting to keep the nickname rolling. Big Money Missy when we return.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original, Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
Bean boots aren't made to sit on a shelf. They're made to be worn. To see the world from the ground up. From Maine to Tokyo. Side trails to soccer practice. Seasoned by the seasons themselves. You wear them in by simply wearing them out. Here, there, and everywhere in between. These are boots that become more and more yours with every step forward. And the best way to wear them is to just keep wearing them.
Hi, my name is Gagin, and I use LG backpack card. I use LG back card because I can put my grip bag in and out so easily. From like so heavy in your bag, and then you use a card, and you not feel any pressure on your bag. Hallelujah, you know. The more option is better. Everything in your life, right? Like you eat burger to the steak. That's how I feel. Backpack, no backpack, boom. This is the answer right here.
Absolutely fearless down the hill. Anthony Barella is absolutely locked in. 16 under par. New course record of Anthony Barella.
Retiring by the lake is something my wife and I always dreamed of. We have a home nearby with just the right amount of space for us, where we can spend time together with all our friends. Our senior community provides us with an active lifestyle, and we know that there's care options here when we need it. Our cottage at Smith Mountain Lake is really a dream come true.
At Runkin Pratt, be well, be connected, be you.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship is presented by Barbasol. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. First Financial Advisory Services, the official financial planning partner of the Pro Tour Championship. And Fiddlehead Brewing, the official brewery of the DGPT playoffs. Got Next Bets, NXT Bets action. You can play DGPT Daily Fantasy. Head on over to nxtbets.com/playdgpt. Missy Gannon, putting her at 2.5, betting better or worse. She's starting out already in second place, and she does have the stroke on third and beyond or more. So Missy Gannon already off to a pretty good advantage. Currently sitting one behind Holland Hanley as they come into this weekend. And of course, there is big money on the line, over $250,000 this weekend, with both MPO and FPO having the same payouts up top. $30,000 at stake for first place, second getting $15,000, third for $10,000. And fourth getting $7,500. Looking forward to it. All thanks to our friends at Barbasol.
This is our feature card. And teeing off first, from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Hanley. Next. She's won this event 3 times, but she is your back-to-back reigning and defending Pro Tour champion. From Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon. Then, she is your FPO World Champion from Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins. And from Oidi, Finland, Silva Saarinen.
Silva finding the center of the fairway, and third member of our broadcast booth is going to be Nate Perkins. He's doing a little walk and talk with Missy Gannon. Take it away.
All right, Miss, I was standing there in the warm-up field with you and Kat Allen, Paige, Ella. Everyone's kind of joking about how difficult this course is and how nobody can score, but what do you actually think? I know you were just entertaining them, making it think like it's hard for you as well.
You know, I think, yeah, if you're on, it's going to feel kind of easy, but that doesn't mean the course is easy. It just means that you have to be able to hit the gaps and kind of scramble when you need to. So, yeah, I mean, it can be hard, but I think that you just have to be confident on these fairways and just throw the shots that you practiced and just believe in yourself.
Well, Paige said another thing on that warm-up field, too. She said, maybe I should put the cicada in my bag. How often are you kind of leaning on that cicada versus the thrasher out here at this course?
Yeah, a little bit more often than the thrasher, but, you know, there's actually a little bit of a sneaky headwind on hole 1 that I think flipped my disc over a little bit. So I got to keep my eye out on the wind and, you know, see how it affects these woods, because I hadn't really practiced in the wind out here, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, if not the cicada, it will be the thrasher.
Cool. Missy, thanks for your time. Good luck this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Perks, as we watched Colin Hanley pitch out. And a few notes here for New London Tech and the new course that we're seeing. That hole 6 is a must birdie after playing 5 really tough holes. Hole 11 is one of the hardest holes on the course. 18 to close out, has lots of scoring separation with the triple island and the par in distance. For FPO, we're seeing a par 70 just shy of 10,000 feet. It's a little more than 500 feet per hole on average out here.
And we've seen this course on coverage when we were here for the World Championships just last year, but they had to have some redesigns on this property. So some holes are renumbered, some holes are completely brand new. So these players, they've said how difficult this course is. I don't remember them talking about how difficult it was or being the most difficult course when we played here last year at Worlds. So they've really upped the difficulty and the challenge here in these tight woods.
Of course, we have Paul Macbeth largely to squarely place that either blame or accolade or appreciation on, as Paul has been out here leading the charge. Allen with her third. And that will give her a long look to save the par. Murch with her second. And she's going to go on to get the par there. So often we're going to be talking about just how good par is on this course. Macbeth, in fact, said on the press conference yesterday, he says it's much easier to bogey out here than it is to birdie. And I think we're going to see plenty, well, I think we're going to see a lot of action throughout.
Isn't that always the case? Really, any course.
The approach by Scoggins, and let's check in with what the course designer was talking about at the presser yesterday.
I've heard people think 5 to 6 will be a hot round, and I've heard someone like Nate Heinold say double digits is going to be possible. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, he created Northwood Black. He might have a little bit more insight than I do, but it is, I feel like every hole you can bogey probably much easier than you can birdie.
And now the second shot coming up for Silva Saarinen.
Silva's drive was just beautiful. It sets her up for this window here on the left side. I know Silva doesn't have a caddy usually, but I think she's sticking to a great game plan here. And I would bet on Silva in the woods. She has such an incredible straight shot, and I think that's really going to pay off.
Well, you're seeing in the corner there, Maddie, the financial caddy, who can help shoulder the load, manage change, and sidestep life hazards, accumulate wealth wisely, and keep throwing dimes just as she did there. Today's coverage is brought to us by First Financial Advisory Services, helping players keep their financial goals on course and in sight. If you scan that QR code, you can set up a free 1-hour consultation with Maddie, the financial caddy, and be sure to reference DGPT when you do so. And when you're talking about a $30,000 first place check along with the rest of the incredible payout, you certainly want to make sure you got all your finances in order. So check in with our friend Maddie the caddy. Not to be confused with Maddie Oram. I would definitely stick with Maddie the caddy over there at First Financial Advisory Services.
Maddie Oak gets a few calls this weekend.
And Pierce, the big putt from circle 2.
And certainly after the win at GMC, I think that really boosted the confidence for Paige to really prove to herself that she can do it. And so this final stretch of tournaments, you've seen her posts on social media of just talking about just how much confidence she has in her game.
And thanks to Zuka for rolling that replay back for us. You can use the code ZukaChamp for 15% off your order. Again, ZukaChamp gets you 15% off.
And that's Owen's nickname, Zuka Champ.
Certainly is, as you see her rocking her Zuka right there, ready to go with her third. I mean, who doesn't want more Owen Zuka commercials as we kick off next year? I'm already looking forward to them.
A really nice approach there from Owen. It was tricky, but she made it work.
Burge with her third on hole 3. Birdie look coming up for Chainsaw.
Missy missed the opportunity to get that shot close. Now it's just going to be approach to get under the pin. It was interesting to hear about Missy talking about the wind in the woods. I mean, it really looks like just a wall of trees. It's really surprising to me that the wind is able to come through those trees and actually affect the discs. So not only is it tough to hit the gap in dead calm conditions, now the players are going to have to think a little bit about the wind and how that's going to manipulate their disc.
And the jumper from Hanley is low. Sarnen's effort is also low. Sarnen, however, was putting for birdie.
That was a great chance for Silva to erase some of those starting strokes right off the bat.
Par by Scoggins as well as Sarnen will both allow them to pick up a stroke on the two women in front of them, just like that.
On hole 3, this is a familiar hole from what we saw at Worlds. There's an OB line on that right side, tree line on the left, which Paige finds here on her drive.
Up ahead on the green is Burge with her birdie luck.
Beautifully done. So in Worlds, we actually played over that OB area, so they've shortened up the basket, and it gives you a good run at a birdie on this tough course.
Certainly a breakout season here for Cadence Burge, who won the Discmania Challenge. We're in Iowa. Her worst finish came early in the season in Austin. And of course, that moment of taking down the Discmania Challenge, certainly most memorable. You know, she also really enjoyed her and her father heading overseas for the World Championship. He was excited about taking in all the history and roaming the streets and the roads in Estonia. This is her first Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship start.
And I would say another memorable moment is her play at the U.S. Women's. She was in contention to take that tournament down throughout those 4 rounds and just came up just short. But she has had an incredible year, and I can't wait to see what's in store for Cadence in the future.
Maybe a common sight this weekend, or these first few days specifically, of getting off the fairway and then just simply pitching back out.
Hole 2, the fairway slopes down to the left, so the players are trying to fight that elevation from taking their disc downhill. Oh, and just turn that one over too much. Kicks over to the left for Silva. So this hole is 400 feet. We're elevated up here in the tee pad, so it will make the hole seem shorter, but you really have to put a move on this disc. You want it to fly nice and straight, continue flying straight until the literal very end, and then fade back to the left. A really great throw from Holland. She's just outside circle 2. beautiful. I love the hyzer release, but then it was understable enough to start to fly flat, start to almost turn over. That's exactly the flight you need, and Missy is going to be putting for birdie.
After Pierce pitched out into the fairway, this is her third.
Should be reachable. She should give herself a long putt.
Burge, no problem finding the center of the very narrow fairway on the fourth.
Out this gap, they're trying to throw around 300 feet, just short of that. There's a landing zone before this OB area comes into play.
Gonna roll the Zuka replay, take another look.
Evelina's great at hitting gaps in the woods with full power. Missing that last tree there on the right side in perfect position.
It's going to be tough to find a shot much better than what we just saw there from Evelina. Sarnen not quite into circle two, so she's going to have a very long look. Trying to save the par. Pierce still able to give it a long jumper, and that should be enough for her to secure par.
These are the second shots on 4. See the rocks there. There's a banner at the front of that OB area, but the players have to clear this space and make sure that they're landing on that island where the basket is. This has to turn. Red flag, and I'm not sure that crossed inbounds at any point.
And Silva throws it in to save the par. Unbelievable as Silva is able to escape with a par.
I was thinking how your emotions can really get off course if you're not throwing those first couple of holes good, you're not getting into that rhythm. She had a bad upshot, but saves it with this huge throw in.
Is our one-shot energy replay. Can use code DGPT for 25% off over at oneshotenergy.com. And Silva Sarnen, a huge smile. She's going to walk away from hole 2 with the throw-in. And so rarely do we see Silva put something on a slight hyzer. Obviously, that's what the shot called for there. But she just throws so dead straight all of the time. And that just had the most gentle angle to it. Able to find the center of the chains and smashes it home. Evelina needs to take advantage of this incredible drive. And she's inside the circle. Look for birdie on the 4th. Pierce cleans up the par on the third.
Missy a couple steps outside the circle, but a clean look at the basket with this straddle stance. Just requires so much leg power and arm swing to get enough height underneath a putt like that. A bit of a comeback putt for Holland. Enough to think about, obviously. So from birdie to bogey, just like that.
And that means Holland is at 7 under as a total. Excuse me, will fall back to 6 under with the bogey, opening with back-to-back bogeys on 1 and 2. She'll fall back to 6. Owen Scoggins is at 6 under, and Missy's par puts her at 6 under. So, starting strokes gone for Missy Gannon and Holland Hanley, and now we have a 3-way tie, just like that.
It's very fitting to how this year has gone, and all the different winners, and the amazing, intense battles throughout the year. So we'll take a look at hole 3. Like I said, this is a hole that we saw at Worlds, definitely with the tee shot. We have this OB line over on this right side. The left side is just the tree line that can catch you if you're too scared of that OB. But the farther you throw, the more it seems to tighten up in that landing zone. So you want to throw something that flips up, turns over just a bit, just land on the fairway. I think that's the key out of the tee shot. Then the fairway starts to bend around to the left. So pretty much everyone's second or third shot, if you had to pitch out, is going to have to clear this corner. So players are trying to push these back trees, aiming for them, but hopefully not flying too straight to actually get caught up in them. And then the disc fades back to the left, hopefully giving you a putt around circle's edge or inside the circle. Saw Cadence get the birdie on this one, and that really takes a couple of incredible shots.
And I want to throw it out to Nate Perkins on the course. Nate, as we're looking at the flyover, and I know they're a little familiar with this hole, but is that OB on the right side necessary? This looks brutal enough.
Yeah, OB in the woods is tough, Terry. I'm with you, and it really makes these players tentative, and you can see Owen not really committing to get that one flat. She'll be off in the woods on the left. Silva cracked a smile after the throw-in. Dead calm right now. And this one is pretty committed. Flipping up, it's going to ride that OB line on the right. That's a tremendous shot. Center cut for Silva. Missy with one of her neutral thrashers. Slight dome to this purple one. And she's looking for a little turn out of the hand. She's going to get it. And it's going to get to the ground pretty quick. She would like that to glide out a little further, but she'll take it. A little bit of left to right tailwind blowing through the trees now for Holland. Yeah, she's also going turn into the flight. Does it hook up in time? It's headed for that OB line. It's going to be right on top of it. It's close. We're still waiting for that flag. That's a green flag. It's right on the line. See if Holland can bounce back from the 2 bogeys she started with.
Thank you, Perks, as we head back to Cadence Burge on the 4th. Previous shot had gone out of bounds. She didn't get up to the green. And now pitching over, and that will be an easy tap in. It's going to be a bogey for Burge on the 4th. Pierce.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
Teeing on 4. And clean for the most part. That's going to be on the right side. Evelina trying to pick up the birdie on the 4th. Takes a great advantage of the great drive, a solid approach, and then picks up her first birdie of the round.
After losing strokes to the field in the first 3 holes, I feel like that birdie can really gain her strokes back. And you have to think Evelina's got some good feelings coming into this tournament after last year taking down her first world title on this very track.
Own a little room to work with from this left side. And she'll go back to the left side of the fairway, though. Maybe a similar liner stance for her coming up. Being on the left side, is there anything you'd be thinking as a caddy here, Val?
Well, I like that she goes into the straddle stance, and having something that is very understable while throwing that hyzer flight can get you a little bit more distance. But I think the tee shot, that's the safe side that Owen landed on. She made sure that she was staying away from the OB, and that's just what happens on this fairway.
First Financial Advisory Services, again, helping us out here and keeping our players all in line with their financial needs and services.
Don't worry, Justin, you still have a job as Owen's caddy. But wouldn't that be a duo? Maddie the financial caddy and Owen? Be a couple characters. This hole, I don't even think makes Sylvan nervous. She's just like, yeah, look how huge this fairway is. It's easy to hit these shots right down the middle. So Misty would really have to have the disc swing pretty hard to the left. And I think setting up on this left side does align for just more space to throw a hyzer. Release that a little bit to center rather than pushing those right side tree line.
Mondahano throwing her 3rd.
Wow, what a shot from a standstill. Over the OB, landing on the island green.
Looking to save the par, which is going to feel like birdie for most out there today. And the green flag comes out. We'll see what Valerie can do with that, but as you said, such a great shot from a standstill. Holland throwing her 2nd on the 3rd.
So for Holland on that right side, she just didn't have the space to throw something out and ride that tree line. It's a different viewpoint from what we saw, kind of the opposite of Missy Gannon's lie.
Pierce stands still as well. That one's turning over and be in a similar territory where we just saw Mondahano looking for a birdie. Perkins, what's the assessment here for what Owen's got on her next shot?
Yeah, we just saw her run up and check her landing zone. She doesn't have too much room. She could probably only advance 200 feet up and around. She's talking it over with Justin. Yeah, it's pretty sharp, and she has a bit of a ceiling here. She's just going to try and get just past that crest of the hill, set herself up for her fourth.
We'll head over to Cat Merch on the fourth. That is her second out of bounds on this hole. As you can see, just short of finding the island. This one's going to be a little more direct and going to finish to the right of the pin, but rough go at it for Cat Merch on the fourth. Cat coming off a double bogey on the previous hole. Anything you can see here, Val, for the outstretched Hanley?
Well, if you're going with a sidearm and knowing that the OB is on that right side, you need to make sure you're getting enough angle on that release, and you got to have that height. Holland was missing both of those things. If you're not throwing those two, you're just laying up to the center of the fairway, and she wasn't doing that either.
Kick to the left for Burge. And everything you just said about Holland applies here to Missy as well. Similar spot. And that's going to leak to the right. Does it end up finding out of bounds? And it does. So same mistake essentially for Gannon as we just saw from Hanley.
And you just know it. As soon as you release a sidearm like that, that's a little fluffy, you know it's going OB.
Pierce with the birdie look. Grabs high right chain. Just not enough, though, to get it to drop. Burge has work to do, trying to get up and down.
And it's still a steady hill climb up to the pin. She makes it to the top of the hill. Inside circle 2.
And now Silva may also go to a forehand, or is she just going to pitch out and rely on a long putt? Wow.
What?
Essentially no forward progress and just pitch straight laterally out to the right.
That was really strange, in my opinion. She didn't even test out another stance. Perhaps, putting your right foot behind the lie and extending back into the fairway could have given her at least a little hyzer pitch to the pin. Now this is no chance for a putt. Throwing it directly sideways.
Just trying to get up and down and save the par at this point. So relying on the approach. And right now, she's got back-to-back pars on 1 and 2, just as we've seen from Scoggins. And, yeah.
And to also not trust your sidearm enough to throw it half of that distance, I would say that's something she's got to work on for next season, because that you need to give yourself a better opportunity than just throwing it sideways.
There's a solid forehand approach coming from Hanley.
And
a little frustrated possibly by the branch. But you would think she would give herself just a little forward progress. I mean, even at a 45-degree angle gives her an extra 30, 40 feet. But
yes,
just pitching
straight
right.
You pitch out straight right when you are deep in the woods. She had her right foot on the fairway still.
And what a solid par. The great approach pays off for the par for Valerie Mundahano.
I just loved that approach. It was incredible.
Missy with a chance to save the par after the OB. And Missy's going to pick up her second bogey in 3 holes. And long look for Burge for her birdie. That means she's going to have a par coming up, I believe. She certainly needs this to pay off after that short pitch, and left side just enough. Perks, was there anything that we were missing? Was she just encumbered too much and had no way of forward progress? What do we see with that Saarinen pitch out?
I just don't think she has the confidence in her forehand. She had just seen Holland kind of try to pitch out with the forehand and bleed OB right, but I'm kind of with Valerie on that one. I think that you should go over your options a little bit more. I thought she could have stood back in the lie and tossed the hyzer backhand around, or at least bled the forehand left and gave herself a putt.
You don't think about one shot necessarily here in the first round coming down the stretch and really mattering, but it does. Every stroke matters. Every stroke can lead to a championship.
Great approach by Evelina, looking for a birdie. More when we return.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
From now through Sunday, to celebrate the end of our 10th season, you can get 10% off your order at the Pro Shop. Use code DGPT10 at checkout. Head on over to shop.dgpt.com and stock up on disc, gear, and more. Val, hurry. It's only through Sunday.
Time's ticking. Season's almost over, Terry. Kind of wild to believe.
Now the second shot from Pierce. You saw her just connect. Now the standstill and more trees. Owens flips up, rides the right side, and seems to make good forward progress, finding a line over there somewhere. If there's a tee shot out here that sets up for Silva Saarinen, I think it's this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of these straight tunnel shots where it really pays off big to hit the gap. And that's a great position for Silva. Didn't get too aggressive on the distance, but made sure that she basically just hit that tunnel perfectly and is out the gap. So she's going to have several options to get to that island green from there. Those times where you're just holding your breath. You know that it's not on line or the line that you wanted. You're hoping to get the own line on that right side. So it's not likely Missy is going to have the opportunity to go for the island green in 2.
Three bogey start for Hanley.
Where did that go, Terry?
Somehow kept missing everything and is going to be up and on the right side. She doesn't love it, but she is way out there. She might be out of position to approach the green, but at least she made it through the initial gauntlet. Pierce with her third. And that hits a tree, but directs her right to the pin.
I feel like this hole is where players can finally take a deep breath. The fairway opens way up here on 6's tee shot. Plenty of space to work with.
Pierce trying to save par.
No.
We're going to take a look at the birdie zone found on hole 4, brought to us by BoaterBrothers.com.
That's basically circling everything outside of that gap. And of course, the more right that you get, the shorter the distance will be to get to that island green. But it is just so important to get a nice clean shot through the trees on your tee shot.
I've been saying it all year long that Birdie Pro and playing board games is my favorite thing to do. And if you're not picking up Birdie Pro, I'm not sure what you're doing. Pretty much been my stance. Gannon.
Is it a patent pending stance or that's your official stance?
That's my official patent pending stance. Evelina Head somewhat of a slow start, but trying to turn things around here as of late.
Eagle bid coming up.
A birdie would bring her back to even on the day if she still secures that. So Evelina, 3 consecutive bogeys to start, looking for now her 3rd birdie in a row.
So this is where Missy's second shot got to. Her 3rd shot, she's got to hit the line through those trees and land on an island. This is a very technical shot. Gets through the trees. It needs to continue turning to the right, and it fades to the left.
And that's going to be out of bounds for Gannon. Looks like she's cleared the island, and I believe then she'll be going to the island. And because she did cross over it.
Yeah, there is a drop zone up there. So you have to, if I'm reading these rules correctly, if you cross over the island with land OB, you get to proceed to the drop zone. Otherwise, if you don't clear the island, you have to take it from the last place inbounds on that initial fairway area. But the way it's written, that's all included under the drop zone portion. So that's where it's a little confusing as I read it. So although she did make it most of the way through the trees, her stance is a little bit tricky, and I wouldn't doubt her for laying up, and that's exactly what she does.
And thanks to our friends at Flight Factory, we're seeing Arcana current conditions at 58 degrees, the humidity at 66%, and the wind 8 miles per hour. Probably tough to determine exactly where and when it's popping up in terms of playing on this very wooded track, but Flight Factory is celebrating another historic season with Kelvin Heimberg and a mystery box. The Heimberg mystery box, that is. You can pre-order it, get a special price on the box that includes 4 Heimberg stamps. And looking forward to that. Visit flightfactorydisc.com to pre-order yours through Sunday. And a green flag for Saarinen. If you want the best Cana current conditions, you definitely got to get the Flight Factory drone up there to get it for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny to overlook this course. It is just a thick forest of trees until you get to this portion where it rides along this cutout for power lines. And we see that here on hole 6 as Evelina lays up for her birdie after 2 big throws. And then we'll see this power line area come into play a little later in the course as well.
I feel like Evelina was playing the power line, setting herself up for eagle there. Looking for her 3rd birdie in a row. Like I said, that'll bring her back to even on the day. 3 bogeys and then 3 consecutive birdies in store. Pierce. Big drive. Right in the center of the fairway.
And I'm sure unleashing some frustration from the previous hole. Paige is like, all right, let me throw one.
Hanley forced to pitch out. Now looking to get up and down and save par.
Whoa. That really dropped late in the flight. I'm not seeing the branches of the trees blowing much. That was a really strange reaction as it's just getting to the inbounds green.
Great placement for Hanley. Now trying to get up and down for par.
Wow.
She's inside the circle.
The branches she hit, though, are over the inbounds area. So even if it did just drop straight down, I think she would have stayed safe.
Missy hoping to get up and down, and that's to save double bogey if she does. And still some work left on the putter. Salonen back to even on the round.
Who needs pars? That was helpful. It looked like it was going to sail at least another 50 feet to the left without the help from the trees.
Lisa Fakis off to a great start. 3 birdies in the first 7 holes. Fakis not having any starting stroke, so to speak, as she entered into the tournament. Came in 8 back of Holland Hanley.
Let's go!
Owen gets it for the par. Birdie look for Saarinen. She also converts. So Silva, 1 under on today's round to tack on the -5 starting strokes that she has. So she's to 6 under. Hanley is able to save par. She'll remain at 5 under. And a double bogey for Missy means she falls to 3 under par. And with that, she'll fall all the way back to 6th place. Scoggins doing work on the green. She's at 6 under as a co-leader.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Progress. It's momentum made visible. A constant push towards perfection. Moment by moment, frame by frame, we're building towards something bigger. The time lapse was my first 12-speed driver, but I knew it could be better. So we went back to the lab, tweaked the feel, the flight, and now it's what it was always meant to be. That's progress. Introducing the retooled time lapse from the Simon line. No limits.
All right, Tyler, you're up. Let's go.
Okay, but does this outfit look
No,
weird?
you look great.
You're just here to talk about Jomez collaboration.
No, I get it. And
The
it's
Halo
like
Emperor. You
so
got
we
it.
wanna-
You look great. You're in character. Let's get it.
All right. Hey everybody, the Emperor, the S-Blend Halo Emperor. With... Are you laughing?
I can't believe you even did it.
I knew. See, I knew it. I knew
You
this was a
look
prank. You told me this
ridiculous.
looked like the picture, dude. That's so.
Pierce throwing her second on hole 6. It's high and wide, but somehow will fight back to the fairway.
Man, we'll see if she runs for that eagle. It's so deflating to hit first available on any one of these tee shots. And this one is an uphill battle. A big tee shot uphill where timing has to be perfect to hit the line through the trees. Owen is going to be very happy about that shot. Most of the way up the hill.
Eagle look for Pierce on the 6th. Solid. Paige Pierce with the bounce back. An eagle on 6. Quickly erasing the bogey on the previous hole.
I was really worried about her second shot, but it gave her such great distance to give herself a bid at eagle. A little bit more of a bid than we saw out of Evelina.
And I'm guessing that would be much easier than most of the obstacles and challenges found at the Jomez Pro Putting Game, which is going to premiere on October 24th. It's the Season 4 premiere, that is, exclusively on the Disc Golf Network.
Carrie, I want to see you in that putting game. You are stealthy. Like, literally out of the seat of the booth. You were ready to challenge anybody to a putting game.
This isn't 2011 anymore. I've learned that. That's for sure. But Sarnen trying to fight down the fairway. Pierce takes to the 7th after the eagle.
Oh, I like it. Got the skip. That was such a great shot. A really interesting flight path, though. I feel like she really released that so incredibly low. It gets a little bit of an air bounce, maybe utilizing what the wind is doing out there in the open, and then for it to spike down and get the skip inside the trees. She's just long of the pin. We'll see how obstructed it will be for her birdie putt.
And Sarnen finding yet another tree.
This is maybe just a tricky line. You could see even her follow through was a little bit encumbered by that tree directly in front of her. She just couldn't get the angle.
A sub 400 foot par 4, not something we often see, but yet providing plenty of challenge for Saarinen at this point. She'll have that left for bogey. Scoggins just deep of the pin. Comeback look for birdie for Own. Came just around the backside with that one. Rock and roll there for Gannon.
And I think where the pin is placed just beyond those rocks. I mean, the players are throwing uphill, so they should have enough height even on these second shots. But we see that Missy gets hung up short, and it's still going to be a long putt there. She's at the top of the hill, but maybe even footing becomes an issue. We'll see what she has left.
Hanley able to keep it clean. Just deep of the pin, over by Own. Perks, rarely do we see a sub 400 foot par 4. I'd love to get your thoughts on the hole design here and what's required of them.
I think because of the scale of the gap and how uphill it is, it actually works out pretty well, and I don't even think it's going to play as the easiest par 4 on this course this week. Certainly opportunities to score here, though. Missy, 22 feet. That's off the top. A little quick on the drawdown right there from Gannon. I think one of the storylines heading into this morning's round was the potential length of the round. Players talking about practice rounds that lasted over 3.5 hours. Typically means the competition will be over 4. Missy, solid comebacker on the pole just above the cage. And another situation where Silva kind of forced herself into the backhand when a forehand would have helped her out. She was put in some pretty tough lies. She'll take the bogey here after a pretty good up and down from that left side. Forward and taps that one in. That's going to be the solo lead for Own. And Holland comes up for her first breath of air. You can see she's really dealing with something still this morning, guys.
Appreciated, Perks, as we head over to Blomroos. Working off 3 consecutive birdies. Picking them up on 5, 6, and 7. And she should be able to tack one on hole number 8. That would be her 4th in a row, as now we catch up with her. A 4-pack. Hannah Blomroos doing work on holes 5 through 8. That means Hannah Blomroos has more birdies on the scorecard than the Next 4 closest competitors combined. Lamrus, we'll see if she can keep it rolling when we return.
Miss Thompson, you can relax.
Calvin, looking good today. Calvin Heimberg. Excuse me, sorry. Hey, sorry. Excuse me. Hello. Hey, thank you. An aqua. I'm looking for an aqua. Do you have one?
Hey, Germ, you can't cut in line.
My apologies. You may have noticed I just cut you in line. I'm just looking for an aqua.
An aqua? Here, use mine.
Got it. Thanks.
Pierce with the birdie luck after going deep on the 7th.
Man, and after hitting such a huge putt on the previous hole, this is a short putt for Paige in comparison. And when you see a putter miss to the left, that means you're not giving it that full extension. And maybe it's when her hand, as she releases it, you see how her hand goes off to that right side a bit too much, and maybe she just didn't get the spin, that extra rotation, jamming the disc into the basket. So not enough of that forward movement to hit the chains and stay.
You can discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA with pictures and scaled weights of every disc, along with same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons. Your game, our passion. Over at Disc Golf Deals.
There is OB on the right, and Holland's headed straight for it. Although it's a chance for the big throwers to really get aggressive, it can bring that OB into play because they're not thinking about placement. They're just thinking about power and how far they can throw.
Again, the widest fairway that they've seen so far, and one of the biggest ones of the day, and you cannot miss it right.
And you don't want to miss it left either.
You don't want to, but at least you're not given the automatic stroke in finding OB like Holland did on that right side. You just simply cannot go right. It's kind of a fade at the end. Exactly what she needed. at our Flight Factory flyover here on the 6th, Val.
Well, we mentioned that OB line on the right side, but if you do fly and you're a little bit too scared of that OB line, you're going to end up on that left side. And for Missy, even though it's not OB, she's likely just going to have to pitch out to the opening. Whereas Holland, she'll be throwing 3 from the edge of the fairway. So you just want to stay in the fairway. And like I said, it might get a little bit more tempting for the big throwers to just go big. And that can lead you off course. Whereas Silva, she threw a really accurate shot. She stayed in the fairway. It really opens up the opportunities and makes it easier to birdie this hole. And I think, Eagle is definitely up there for the players with the big tee shot and then a great second shot. But a birdie should be absolutely on the radar for all of our competitors. Missy giving herself some space to do a shorter run-up. And there was a pretty large gap she was aiming for out the gap. Newer hole on the course. Great preview of Henna throwing it. She gets caught up on that right side. I just love this elevated tee pad. It can make it really interesting, and disc selection is so important when you're dealing with an elevated shot.
Scoggins throwing her second. Not quite flirting with the OB on the right side, but maybe holding her breath just for a moment as she pushed over there. Pierce, tee shot of 8. That one she keeps clean.
Even if you're not at the top of the hill, you can aim for that power line pole. The basket is just short of that. Silva really doesn't keep it much on line with that second shot, so she would have a pretty long throw for the eagle bid, but a pretty easy approach for the birdie. A run up there, or just that she was forced with that forehand. She wasn't able to get as much power. She's still short of circle 2. And the wind is definitely a factor as we get to this more open area of the course.
Missy setting up for her third. Perkins, can you give us a little bit of wind read out there on the ground?
Yeah, she had a relevant crosswind here, and it's going to kind of hold that flat shot out wide. She'll have a bit of a downhill headwind putt, and it's kind of swirling a little bit. You know, we've got a classic power line hole here. Brian Cole was just mentioning how there's at least one in every state, right? It just works for disc golf. And the wind kind of coming up the front of that power line hill right now. Straight headwind for the players.
Perks, I gotta ask, any significant or memorable power line holes out in Texas?
Oh, there's definitely a couple. I feel like Audubon might have a good power line hole. Out there in the Texas Hill Country, I can think of one just outside of Kerrville that's a nice par 5 there. And you know they're always windy. His own coming in here, 12 speed, coming right at the pin, and it hits it. Wow. On line, just a little low for Scoggins.
Owen trying to give us her power line as she throws the approach right to the basket. It was hunting and hits just off of it, and it more importantly stays right there. Yeah, I think of one of my favorite places on the planet, Sandy Point Resort in northern Wisconsin, one of the signature holes out there, a power line hole. Much smaller fairway here. Of course, South Carolina out at the Huck Central courses. There's some famous power line holes out there. North Carolina, where we've seen some of our tour championships, also power line holes. So, yeah.
Cascade Challenge? Weren't those open shots? Weren't those along the power line route?
Girthy throwing her second. Well, if all of us have some additional mental decline later on, we'll all know that we're out here playing around power lines. Thinking ahead a few decades as we're watching Sarnen throw her approach. Macy's attempt just off the front of the cage. Sarnen will bounce back with a birdie after picking up the bogey on the previous hole. After Owen hit metal on the eagle, she'll have to settle for birdie. Pierce on the 8th.
That's incredible. What a nice throw, finding the gaps through the trees. She really had to work for that shot, but perfect height, great disc selection to give her that Anheuser flight, but still stable enough to fly straight at the end. Those are the kind of scrambles you want to see here in the woods. Owen was contemplating the forehand. I feel like this is backhand all day. And she has to get the full flex.
Give her an open look. She's short, but clear line to the basket.
347 feet. Great line from Silva. Nice little skip can help, but it checks up and stays. She's inside the circle. Get the height underneath this one as it spikes down. More obstacles in the way on that left side for Holland. As you get to those trees, it does seem to be more open on the right side of the basket. This is holding really straight for Missy, and the wind gust helps her out. That was really helpful.
Lisa Fakis in for the par. And a clean front nine for Lisa Fakis. So impressive. In fact, 4 under while doing it. The only other clean scorecard that's out there right now is Owen Scoggins. But let's take a look at Lisa Fakis, who had her best finish a few weeks ago at the GMC. Memorable moment. Took second at the Tim Selinsky U.S. Masters. Incredible battle, her and Jen Allen. You can go out and check that out on the Disc Golf Guide channel. I was out there in Ruidoso, New Mexico, covering that, and it was so awesome to watch Lisa competing. She's just recently became eligible in the FP40 division, and she's certainly going to be a massive competitor there, and right now off to a great start. 4 under through the front 9. Best of any player on the course today. Jessica Gerthy with her 3rd. That should set her up for an up and down par. Scoggins for birdie. High and right. And just outside. Just waiting for that one to fall in. Trying to ride some of that wind.
Holland with a very outstretched straddle putt. Does not catch any metal.
Sarnen in for the birdie. Back to back on 6 and 7. It'll pull her one closer to Owen, who's our leader at the moment. And that is Missy's first birdie of the round. Owen and Hanley in for the pars. Amru's throwing her fourth on the par 5. Remember, she's working off 4 consecutive birdies. We'll see that streak come to an end. Question is, will it be with a par? Anakin's forehand weaves through all the trees, and that's a bullseye hit.
Everybody throwing sidearm. And that's the thing in the woods. Whatever sets up best for the flight, you need to utilize all the skills in the bag. And not much of a putt there for Henna.
That means after 4 birdies in a row, she'll pick up a bogey on the 9th. And we're going to take a quick breather here on the network as they're moving over to the 8th. See you in a moment.
The Mach 2 is a legend. For decades, it has been the go-to basket from backyards to courses around the world. Now, we've taken that same trusted design, the same legendary durability, and upgraded to Pro. The Mach 2 Pro features a 24-chain configuration that honors its heritage while setting a new standard for performance. This is the basket you know, perfected for the player you're becoming. Continue the legacy. Order your Mach 2 Pro now.
My name's Holland Hanley.
My name is Alberton,
and
we use the Easy Cart.
I went with the Easy Cart because it lets me switch back and forth between using the bag and using the cart.
I like the simplicity of Easy Cart. On the longer courses, it takes off a lot of weight from my bag.
I also get the extra storage below.
And it works for the smallest and the biggest bags in the game.
I think the Easy Cart goes for whoever already has a nice big premium bag and they don't want to spend a ton of money also getting the most expensive cart.
Can I just say I agree?
Ditto.
Hey guys, we are here with the man behind the music, Swarty, aka Starframe, and we have a very special announcement we want to tell you about today.
We are excited to be releasing a double LP vinyl titled Anthology. It's got all 10 years of the Jomez Pro anthems that you've known and loved for all the years of the coverage, as well as all the world's anthems and some other special tracks.
I wrote Jonathan an email on a whim 10 years ago, and I wanted to know if he needed music for the coverage. And we've been writing a new theme every year since. And I just don't think I could have predicted how far this music would travel. And it's a huge honor that we're putting it on vinyl.
Included is a sneak peek at our 2026 anthem. The only way you'll hear it before then is right here. There's only 500 of this initial release. It'll be signed by all 5 commentary team members, Starframe and Jonathan.
Patreon members are going to get early access, so make sure you're on the lookout for that.
We wouldn't be here without all of the fans, so we're really excited to be releasing this for all of you to enjoy, and we can't wait to keep creating your favorite and least favorite anthems for many years to come.
Sarnen takes to the 8th. Par 4, 585 feet. Almost, at least a third of the field have found birdies here.
So it looks like she finished off to the left in the trees, but the crowd loves it. So hopefully she'll have an open look. Does seem like the left side is a better way to attack this hole rather than flipping this up and turning to the right. That tree kick kept her out of those very small trees on the left, so hopefully that will work for Missy. And you saw how much hyzer she released that disc on. Owen really gets so much more flight, and it finishes hard to the left. I think that should be pretty good. And then Holland goes with the forehand. So definitely a different strategy, unless she's just going huge. This bends to the left, then finishes to the right.
You like the play there, Val?
We'll find out, Terry. 'Cause it does bend out to the right. This is kind of like a dog leg, but staying over on the left side really opens the window for the second shot. So we'll see if it pays off for Holland.
Lamrus and Gerthy will be in similar positions, just left of the pin. And Lisa Fakis is up 12 spots into 5th place right now, sitting 3 behind Scoggins.
And our 2 Masters eligible players are the topic of conversation. I mean, Owen leading the pack. Lisa, the biggest mover of the day, up 12 spots, bogey free. She picks up the birdie on hole 10. It's a couple more chances for birdies as long as she could stay clean. You could see her with a clean scorecard.
Yeah. Yep.
And we were hearing from so many players at the start of this tournament saying that New London is the most difficult course they have played all season. And Lisa Fakis is thinking otherwise at this point.
Get down! Headwind's gonna keep it high though. SOB, kick out. Yeah, I kind of knew that was coming.
And that really looked so good. But because it's heading downhill, it's just going to have more airspace to continue flying to the left. And Paige knew it.
And as you were just alluding to, Andrew Presnell, who had posted earlier a couple days ago, saying the new layout at New London is the hardest course I've ever played. I don't think anything else comes close.
That says a lot. He won the Champions Cup on Northwood Black.
Exactly.
And I would say that would be the closest comparison. And another Nate Heinold design.
Lamrus not able to connect. Yeah, there was some discussion as to Paul Macbeth pretty much doing the design, Nate coming in and going back and forth with him on a few spots, especially when it came down, I guess, to some out-of-bounds decisions, as we're watching Fakis with a great shot. Awkward stance for Weiss with her right foot behind her left. Doesn't matter.
I feel like she's one of the few players that feels comfortable in that, or in that stance. She would kind of choose that stance more than others. It's tough to get the power. Although she's not in the fairway, she is at the part of the fairway where now it starts to bend off to the right. That large tree is coming into play of the angle that she can choose here on the second shot. Just choosing with the outward stretch to the left to allow a backhand shot with more anhyzer angle. And you can get a lot more distance choosing this side of the tree rather than a sharp hyzer. I had plenty of power behind it. If it would have missed that initial tree she hit, I think that would have been underneath the pin. It's a really nice throw from Silva.
Room to work for Scoggins, and hits right next to the pin, just looking for it to sit down, and it'll do that. Right at bullseye's edge. Scoggins looking for her third birdie of the round.
Now that's a good use of a caddy.
Yeah.
Hold my fruit.
I mean, then you don't have to worry about getting anything on your hands or some of
Yes.
the moisture or oils or anything else that any of the texture or juices or anything. That's
Yeah, we got it, Terry.
I love it. Hanley.
Well, if I was wondering if it was going to pay off, then it certainly did. 2 forehand shots, and you're underneath the pin.
Keep turning, baby.
After those tee shots, now we head to the right in the woods.
Jessica Gerthy to the tee of 11. Excuse me. I think I still in the habit of calling her Weiss from time to time. I think I met Jessica back around 2012 or so. 13 years. Blomroos. Keeping it clean. What a shot. Forehand approach puts Missy next to the pin, looking for the par. Lisa Fakis also looking for par. Give her about 22 feet or so. And not a problem. And hole 11 is listed as one of the hardest holes on the course per Nate Heinold, and Lisa Fakis able to walk out of there with a par. Sarnen for birdie. Circle 2 off the top. Not able to connect from shallow circle 2. Hanley can double her birdie count if she connects here. Takes a little extra time for it, but it pays off. Hanley 1 over on today's round. Saarinen able to clean up for the par. And the birdie by Scoggins will extend her lead to 2. Pierce throwing her 4th on the par 5, hole 9. And she's inside the circle. Paige Pierce looking for a par on the 9th.
What is this? You don't need 27 oranges. Really doesn't fit your budget.
How much should I add to the tip? I'm pretty sure the trick is to half the price and then add.
You know what? Leave that for a tip. But don't tip the IRS. Just pay what you have to and no more.
I don't know what's been happening to me. I'm being plagued by these daytime hallucinations of financial advisors.
All in your head. You made a lot of progress since you first started coming here. You were very low.
It's like I'm always saying, buy low, sell high. What? Do you see this? It's happening again.
How does that make you feel?
Sometimes it can be hard to tell the difference between good advice and bad advice. Here at First Financial Advisory Services, we know the difference.
This is your choice. Live a boring disc golf life or unlock perks of the inner circle like early access to drops and free monthly discs. Welcome to the secret exit. Golf Society. Join the inner circle now.
If you had just one throw to win, would you leave it to chance? At OTB, we make sure you never have to. So why step up with the game on the line without knowing if the disc in your hand is the right one? Because when it matters most, guessing is in the know. Get the exact disc you need today at OTB.
Bean boots aren't made to sit on a shelf. They're made to be worn. To see the world from the ground up. From Maine to Tokyo. Side trails to soccer practice. Seasoned by the seasons themselves. You wear them in by simply wearing them out. Here, there, and everywhere in between. These are boots that become more and more yours with every step forward. And the best way to wear them is to just keep wearing them.
Yeah.
Pierce trying to save par. Ella Hansen with a chance to save the par as well. And a good par that it is. We have yet to see a birdie on the 9th, so par works out just fine, as now we're with Jessica Gerthy. Doing work is Lisa Fakis. See what she has for the tee shot on 12. I like it. Trying to add to the birdie count. Lisa Fakis looking for her 6th birdie.
And this is a great hole to maybe make up strokes if you had some difficulty on hole 11. Hole 12, Lisa does exactly what you need to do. Stay right of that tree, ride the road, and then the disc does the work at the end, just hyzering back as it runs out of steam.
Not flex, just kind of like flat and slow.
Scoggins, the only other woman on the course with a clean scorecard, along with Lisa Fakis. Somehow avoiding bogeys out here, which is a huge task at hand.
Yeah, and especially as they head into hole 9, where par is good.
Lamrus with her 2nd. That gets her a look for birdie.
I really think it's all comes down to a safe tee shot. Oh, I like how Holland really digs this down. She has that straight flight, more direct, rather than leaving it up for chance on whether it's going to land inbounds or not with a higher release. Ideally, you'd like to be more left on the fairway. As the head up to the top of the hill, then that's where it cuts into the trees to the right. Right on that OB line. Oh, excuse me, there is no OB line on the right. It's just on that left. So Silva will be safe.
And that nose angle was pointing down as well, so no chance of it. Getting up and lifting and riding off to the left side. And Gerthy in for birdie. Just outside the bullseye is all Lisa Fakis has left for birdie on the 12th. And Lisa Fakis with the hot round out here today. 6 under through 12 holes, bogey free. Jessica Gerthy sits at 4 under for today's round. 100% C1X putting, 50% from C2. She's converted on 1 of 2 looks from C2.
If you could just stand still, that'd be super nice.
Paige pierces the gap.
Oh, and left that low, and it digs into the hillside. The run up that the players are faced with on these second shots. Everyone is on that side hill, so you have this uphill run up, and you really need to focus on the height of release to ensure that you're getting the distance you want. Missy will have something to work with. I think she made it up to the top of the hill.
Girthy on the 12th.
Somewhere right there.
That's a lot of hyzer angle. There's a little help from the trees to keep it close. Silva can just get so much power from a standstill shot. I would say she probably throws the farthest in a standstill position than anybody else. So I'm watching Throw Pink last weekend as she goes for a standstill shot over the water on hole 5. And everyone that we were staying with at our Airbnb just erupted. Everybody was like, "You're crazy." I mean, we had Simon in there, Steve Brinster, Nate. Everybody's going, "You would standstill throw this shot?" Yeah, that's what Silva does.
Cat Merch has the look on the 10th. And the birdie gets her out of the logjam. Nice work by Merch. Hanley second on the 9th. Pretty much exactly what she wants to be doing here. So far, so good on 9. Remember how 1,111 feet on this par 5.
Owen has now made it into the trees on her 3rd shot. So still some distance to get to the pin.
And Pierce able to convert on the birdie on 10. Inside the circle, less than 20 feet for that. Lisa Fakis now up 13 spots. Way out in front of our hot rounds at the 6 under.
And I think if you're Elisa Fakis or Paige Pierce or really anybody off of our lead card, you knew coming into this round or these first 2 rounds that you got to make a move early. That's going to give you the best chance to even be in contention when we head out to Ivy Hill, where it really opens up a lot more and I think levels the playing field. But here in the woods, if you're hitting your lines, you can make up strokes on the best players in the world.
Well, Lisa Fakis came in without any starting strokes. She was 8 behind Holland Hanley, and now she sits just 1 back of her.
That's huge.
So for many that maybe were second guessing, oh, these starting strokes are too favorable, you know, just go ahead and give someone the win or the trophy. I think Lisa Fakis is saying, hey, I'm right here. I'm ready to go. I'll make it even a bigger story if I can overcome this starting strokes deficit. Hides inside circle 2. Girthy hits a branch and not a clean line to the pin for her. Lamrus. Certainly not a clean look either, just trying to pitch up next to the basket. Back on the fairway for Fakis.
Holland went long of the opening. So now she's bending this forehand.
Might be over.
And once we get to the opening here, the OB line then just shoots off to the left, kind of where those spectators are. So it doesn't come into play for the next part of this hole if you're off to the left or the right.
No, I think it's hyzer. It's flat hyzer. You don't have flat. It's hyzer up the middle, straight out. Good.
Caddy says hyzer, straight hyzer. I don't know if that was the backhand or the forehand, but Owen's going with the forehand. Doesn't get a ton of distance or power behind that.
It's better than that.
T of 11 with Pierce. 537 foot par 4. Exactly what she was looking for.
What?
And as they're moving down the fairway, I want to throw it out to Perkins. Perks, you talked about pace out here, maybe even the length of the rounds. How you feel like things are clipping along as we're heading into the second half of the course here pretty soon?
I feel like pace has been surprisingly good. I think one factor there is that there's just less players on the course, and so we haven't really run into a backup just yet. And it's day one, so even with the tight gaps, players are feeling a little loose. And this is certainly the longest hole of the day. Just a massive hole. And this will still be pretty difficult for Holland to access the green. Couple of small gaps just in front of her. She gets all of them and scoots to the circle, I believe. Actually, bullseye's edge right there. What a shot from Hanley.
We'll jump over to Lisa Fakis throwing on the 13th. Just carving up the fairways out here. Lisa Fakis doing work today. Pierce pulls it on the 11th. She'll still have a long look. This is owned from just a step inside the long circle, and this is to keep the scorecard clean and not going to be enough. So Scoggins will pick up the bogey, which means Lisa Fakis will have the only clean scorecard in the division today. Sarnan marked at 55 feet for this birdie look.
Not quite as stealthy as she used to be from Circle 2. I feel like any putt that she would step up to early in the season, it was just dead center every time. Those are always bonus putts if you can make them from that far away. And that's a putt you need to hit all day. I mean, we're shocked, own shocked. And not only going with a bogey, first bogey, but now it's a double bogey.
And a double bogey by Scoggins means she'll fall to 7 under as a total. Silva, with that par, will remain at 7 under. And Holland looking to tap in for par and will remain at 7 under. So we're looking at a three-way tie for first at 7 under after that huge double bogey by Scoggins moments ago. Tee shot for Jessica Gerthy on the 13th. Trying to flex it from left to right. Gets caught up on the left side, but pretty late. So some good distance and carry before finally hitting a tree. Blomroos looking to possibly blast right past that spot, and she's going to do just that. A low laser coming from Blomroos. Bakis trying to keep the scorecard clean.
Whoa.
When it's going right for you, everything's falling in. Lisa Fakis, high right side. How does this one fall in? I don't know. Certainly is a close shave by our friends at Barbasol. Lisa will take it. 6 under through 13.
I feel like probably in Lisa's mind, that's exactly what she saw. Everything in slow motion as the disc caught edge and just stayed on the rim of the cage vertically before falling back. Again, that's to keep a clean scorecard. Just incredibly impressive. I feel like hole 13, it wasn't mentioned in Nate Heinold's notes, but I feel like that's a very challenging par 4. And so to see Lisa, even though off the fairway to start, scrambled her way to a par, it's a very solid score. Can she keep it going?
I don't know if I'm looking for a nice, clean, close shave. I'm using my friends over at Barbasol.
Paige was just in an ideal position off of her tee shot. Not a great second shot. Left her with that long jump putt. Hats off to her, though.
Anna set herself up for a birdie look. I love the shot. Yes.
So good.
Incredible.
She'll be inside the circle for the birdie putt.
Hanley 1 over for today's round through 9 holes.
It's that tree. Man, so good. Fuck.
Really just want the straight flight here. 262 feet over a little bit of a valley. Disc selection is important to keep that disc flying nice and straight.
Sarnan knows how to play Disc Golf Valley. Well, the second kick, very helpful for Missy. After connecting with one of the early trees on the right, the left side tree kicks her back toward the fairway. Should be just on the edge of it. Still a chance to get up and down for the par. See how Owen can bounce back after the double bogey. She'll have a long birdie look.
I was surprised to see Owen keep it on such a straight line to hit that gap. We know how she likes to utilize a full flight, turning the disc, throwing things that are overstable, but she was really under control with that tee shot.
Stand still approach by Missy. We'll give her a look to save par. And Girthy will save the par on the 13. Blomroos trying to collect yet another birdie, and she's done just that. That is her 7th birdie through 13 holes. More than any player on the course. Good scramble for Hanley.
Want to keep this tee shot on the fairway. Kind of smashing it into that hillside.
Again for par. On paper, it just seems like this hole is just birdie all day. But you see how important it is to have the clean tee shot. Silva hit the gap perfectly, whereas Missy ended up scrambling right from the start. And Sarnan collects the birdie. Less than 20 feet is where she put her drive, and now she'll have the outright lead. Well, for a moment anyway. Oh, and Scoggins will match. And they'll be tied at 8 under. Hanley 1 over on today's round. And the struggle continues for Missy. She's 5 over for today's round.
At the top of the hill. Should set her up for an easy layup for a par.
That's amazing.
It is beyond the pin, so it's going to be slightly downhill putt to the basket. Can't let that one get away from her.
Fakis looking to tack on yet another birdie.
And she leaves that one just high.
A solid bid by Fakis. Should remain at 6 under. Pierce outstretched. Trying to generate the power, and she comes up short.
Loved the height. It kept flying, I think, too far to the right.
That's a tough one, I'm not
It's
gonna lie.
tougher, yeah.
That's a really tough one. I'll stick to thank you. That's pretty fair. Got a little crazy there.
And we see the flyover coming in on the right side, thanks to our friends at Zenny.
Zenny sent us a nice care package for the studio this weekend to test out some full spectrum glasses. You know, we're staring at these computer screens and these monitors all weekend long.
Well, if you enter the Zenny by DGPT giveaway for a chance to win one of 10 pairs of prescription or non-prescription eyewear, scan the QR code and sign in to enter. Holland looking for that to push off to the left side, and looks like a good reaction down the fairway. Struggle has been real for Gannon here today. Off to a very slow start. She's 5 over, has fallen 7 spots down to a tie for 9th at the moment. Maybe we could ever check in with our friends at Zenny as Val, I'm sorry if there's that much more clarity. It's still me. There's not something.
I know, I don't have the blinders on in this pair, but yeah.
They're not magic glasses. They can only do so much with what I've got going on here. But trying to keep your eyes safe and, away from the blue light and everything else.
Yeah, we've got a real tough job here in the booth, staring at the screens, watching these players. So, yeah, giving them a run this weekend. So, thank you to Zenny for sending the care package. It's always appreciated when we get fun things to try out here in the booth.
Yeah, well, and as I was just talking, we are having our Zenny giveaway, and you can win a pair thanks to Zenny Eyewear. You scan the QR code to enter. You must sign in for the entry. And that's Zenny by the Disc Golf Pro Tour. They've been providing us and helping us out with flyovers, giving us a better sight line on all of the shots required and our fairways for our whole flyovers throughout the year. So thank you so much to Zenny Eyewear.
So what has been deemed the hardest hole on the course? Our FPO division is finding the line. And they're really aiming for kind of that V tree up at the top of the hill. The basket's just behind that. So they do have a nice visual on a blind second shot. We'll see. I don't think that went too far. Yep, that looks good for Missy to get back to the fairway. The little chip shot.
You have 13 for Pierce. This is on the inside line, it looks like, but somehow seems to miss everything. She didn't hit anything, but her reaction tells me she missed her line and not necessarily thrilled about it.
I'm looking at the caddy book for the men on hole 11. This whole place over 700 feet. So almost double the distance of what the women are playing. So maybe the quote taken out of context, maybe different division. 'Cause again, I'm seeing these women really lacing these shots. There's a couple other holes that I can think of being a little more difficult, like what we just saw from Henna over there on 13. Look at this. Colin Hanley just in line with the pin for her second shot.
I changed my mind and wanted to release it flat.
Hanley trying to fight back to even par on the day. She sits at 1 over for today's round. Girthy long jumper. Not enough power for Blomroos. She'll have to settle for par. She is having a great round today, as well as Lisa Fakis, who you're seeing.
Paige on the left side. She knows that she didn't set herself up for success on the second shot. It is going to be very tough to get to the top of the hill like she wants. Climbing, climbing. I think she can still get up and down with another good shot.
Fakis for par. Keep the scorecard clean and never a doubt there. Dead center for Lisa Fakis. And we're going to roll back that Zuka replay, take another look. And Zuka, who's been supporting us for a number of years, also giving us a little extra action this weekend. You can use code ZukaChamp as Hanley is in for the birdie.
Think of the hill that Holland created for herself with 3 bogeys in a row to start this round. I mean, it was tough to overcome and fight through, and she has been shooting very solid ever since.
Well, and it's eerily similar to the rough start she had at Throw Pink last weekend, where she started out 3 consecutive holes over par, and she was just talking about just kind of that mental challenge to overcome that and how quickly things can spiral at a place like the Winthrop Coliseum and the Winthrop Arena. And today, Missy Gannon getting off to a very, very slow start.
And when you're playing a wooded course like this, you're starting to like over focus, overthink about shots in the woods, and players do get in their own little bubble, and it's tough to fight through those mental challenges, especially if you see other players just make it look so effortless to hit the fairway. Meanwhile, you're struggling and scrambling on either side of the wooded tree lines. This is a good chance for birdie here on hole 12. Missing that tree that's kind of centered up in the gap. Once you punch out, riding that road is a good line to aim for. And then what we're seeing is players, you want to get the distance here. Anybody that's ending up short is below the basket. You get hung up with those trees, but shots that end up long or just to the right of the pin, basket high, that's going to be the most ideal spot to go for your birdie.
And that brought to us by our friends at Flight Factory, who's celebrating another historic season for Kelvin Heimberg with the new Heimberg mystery box. You can pre-order it now. And a box includes 4 Heimberg stamps, 1 new stamp, and Kelvin will be signing a disc in every box for those that order. Visit flightfactorydisc.com to pre-order yours through Sunday. And our Tour Championship field shows us 9 of 20, as in 45% have won a major or an elite this season.
Wow. Opportunities are open for everyone.
Yeah, lots of different winners out there.
And very surprising to note that the only tournament elite series or major that Owen won this season was the World Championship. She did not take down an elite series event on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I mean, if you're going to win one,
Goggins off to the left side of 12. It's going to be somewhat obstructed, I believe, over there. Just about pin high, but obstructed.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice line from Holland.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Skips inside the bullseye and then kind of swings around the pin. The way that the tee pad is lined up, it makes it challenging for the players to go with their traditional run-up. So we see Silva over here on the left side, allowing her to run up the tee pad in a straight line to hit that gap.
She may have a very similar look to what we see from Scoggins. Missy looking to gain a little momentum and get something going here. It's going to come in short. Does it get some ground play? Not much. She's going to need a long putt if she wants a birdie on the 12th.
And she wants that birdie. Let me tell you. She needs that birdie at this point.
Oh, you gotta call that.
Go in.
You gotta call that.
You will not see a better backhand than that on this hole. I think it really sets up great for a sidearm because of that bend. You want your tee shot to ride this left-hand gap, but then it bends hard back to the right.
Go. Find a way.
And that's just inside.
Okay. You know what?
Serviceable.
Yeah, Fred.
Is that a lefty sidearm?
Val, both of us seem to overlook earlier. Not only Owen did win, of course, Masters Worlds and Pro World. She also then came back and won Idlewild. She did sneak in a win there, and I don't know how that one got past us both this morning when we were taking a look, but she did also win Idlewild, so picked up an Elite Series win there.
And I'm thinking about difficult wooded courses. Idlewild is definitely one that sticks out. It's clear to see why Owen's playing so well here. Enough for birdie. Gives it a solid run, but just not enough power.
And I guess there's our answer as to if there was any look from pin high just left. And Silva has to lay up. Park job by Hanley will get her to 9 under. So back-to-back birdies by Holland on the 11th and 12th.
Yeah, no window. No window down there. Yeah.
What a drive by Pierce on the 14th. Lacing it.
And if there's a gotta get birdie on this course, it is definitely hole 16. Lisa inside the bullseye for another birdie. 7 under for today's round, with 2 holes to play. And I would say the 2 most challenging holes on the course, 17 and 18. 18, I cannot wait to see how the players attack it. So much OB, island landing zone, island greens. Scary.
Lisa Fake is heading here to the 17th, and thanks to Zenny, we can take a little preview of it. What are we seeing here, Val?
So this is a hole that is familiar to us, what we saw at the World Championship last year, but it was played earlier in the course, but now it's one of our finishing holes, and we have the OB pond at the top of the hill. It's kind of what the players are aiming for, but hoping not to reach it, and it's tough landing over there on the left side. Second shots are likely to be blind as the players are trying to punch through these trees and get enough power to reach the pin. Saw very few birdies. I feel like this is a very good hole to par, especially with how challenging the tee shot is. We'll be just surrounding the fairway. Left, right, beyond. And you see the slope that they're trying to land on. That can be really challenging to get distance while trying to judge the height of release. And this is a little fluffy.
I've heard that before. That's off to the left side.
So she does stay safe. Up and over the hill. And we're hearing some applause, so hopefully she got past the lake. It looked pretty low to me. Living on the edge right now for Lisa Fakis, who has just skirted her way through the course up to this point. Again, it's a couple of big hurdles to get past on 17 and 18 to stay clean.
Can she do it, Val?
Yeah. Yeah, she can.
Yes, she can.
And I'm here to watch it. I'm glad we got a camera on Lisa, because this is just some incredible golf that she's been playing today.
Yeah, and just really setting the tone for what's possible on this course. She's at the 7 under. Henna, next best round, is at 5 under. And Owen and everyone else at 3 under or in that neighborhood in terms of the best scores. So awesome to see what Lisa Fakis is able to do. Lisa came in at even par today. Now sits 2 back of Scoggins and Hanley.
Too much distance. She wanted that to hyzer just in front of those trees. Get there with the forehand or a slow turning backhand. And Owen with too much angle keeps it on the right.
What a drive. Way past our operator. Right in the center of the fairway.
beautiful. And I love to see Missy's follow through. I mean, she was so committed to that line and the angle. That's what we want to see from Missy Gannon here in the woods.
Yeah.
Sophia Dunica throwing her second.
This is just ideal. I mean, if you could place your shot here every time, you would absolutely take it. But it is crazy to land up on that flat spot that close to the lake. You're really bringing OB into play. Should be putting for birdie on 16 for Henna.
Lisa with her third. And that looks like a bullseye hit, which should guarantee her a par on the 17th. Just one hole left to go. Girthy. That's inside on the right, kicks out to the left. Or excuse me, inside left, kicks to the right. Sophia trying to get the birdie on the 17th. We haven't seen one yet today. Unfortunately, the look doesn't pay off.
Owen wanted more bend, more turn to the right on that one.
What can you do?
And Lisa will tap in. I'm not normally a big, somebody that gets too worked up about ratings, but I am actually excited to see just how that's going to be rated, considering she's so far out in front of everyone else in terms of the score today on such a challenging track.
Tried to do too much. I should have just like.
Long approach for Jessica. Not a chance at birdie on the shortest hole on the course. Yeah, like you said, Lisa Vegas, this has to be one of the best rounds in her career. With the strength of field that we have here this week, I think the toughest thing is hopefully Lisa can sleep on this round thinking, yes, I'm going to hit all those lines tomorrow. But it's a tough task when you've set the bar that high in round one.
And
Yes.
Rebecca Cox buries one from deep in circle two. Her second birdie in the last 3 holes. Gonna roll the Zuka replay, take another look.
Didn't want to get left out of the party. Again, hole 16, shortest hole on the course. Certainly a birdie you want to get to help you out on this difficult track.
Amrus doing some work today with the putter. Girthy is in for what will be a disappointing par. Lisa's previous highest rated round of her career was a 10-15 rated round at the Northwest Disc Golf Championship earlier this year. Second highest rated round ever was Green Mountain Championship a few weeks ago. So she's looking to possibly surpass those. As you see the good shot coming from Gannon.
Lisa will give us their first look at the new 18. It's going to be all about placement. So far, so good.
Looks great off the tee, as you're saying, and now We'll head back to Saarinen, throwing her second on 13. Just deep of the pin. Very makeable comebacker, though, for Saarinen. Amrus currently shooting second hottest round out here at 6 under for today's round. She had a 1-stroke start coming into the round with her placement within the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings for the year.
Wow, and so tucked on this left side. That was such a sharp angle, and she still has to get up and over the hill. So it's a little denied and rolls back even. So she still has to climb that hill. It's gonna be a long approach. Really nice flight for Henna with the Anheuser. Like a wind bounce or a branch hit. Not sure what happened mid-flight.
Hanley finds the line.
She's had some incredible scrambles today. She has had at least 3 scrambles that stick out in my head.
You know, we opened the show talking about Missy Gannon potentially being the front runner possibly for Player of the Year. It's a very close battle as we look at all 4 of these women in terms of how many Disc Golf Pro Tour or major wins that they have, their average finish. And Missy last weekend, of course, picking up the Throw Pink Women's Championship win, which, as she and others have all stated, feels like a major. But right now, Missy's struggling mightily, especially compared to these other 3.
I feel like a win at this event can solidify it. I know everybody it's very slim margin on who has an advantage here or there, major wins or average finishes, whatever we boil it down to. I feel like this is the cherry on top. This can make you the Player of the Year. So we'll see if Holland can fight through the struggles that she's had in the last month or so. Missy, she's gonna have to pick it up, like you said. Struggling today, but she has so much momentum she can ride on. And Silva, missing out last weekend just barely. I mean, it would really mark her season with a win to end it.
Missy able to pitch up next to the basket. And Pierce has been waiting quite some time, I've been told, to throw this second shot because actually there was a lost disc penalty. And she's not able to connect, but Valerie Mundahano apparently had thrown and they weren't able to locate it after searching for the 3 minutes. So a lost disc penalty for Valerie Mundahano. That obviously then slows down the overall pace as well as they were searching for it.
A lost disc, then you have to throw from your previous lie. I know that rule has changed throughout the years.
Easy approach for Blomroos.
We see tall grass, we see white stakes, and Lisa choosing to lay up short. That second island is very challenging to land on. It is very narrow. So that's very strategic from Lisa. An incredible second shot for Silva to get her up to this flat space even with the pin. And a little elevated actually to even her out with this elevated basket. Missed opportunity for sure as Holland's putting for bogey.
That too looked to be on that right side, but somehow pulled it in. Not quite as dramatic as we saw the one from Fakis earlier, but into the bogey.
That the make of a birdie would have given Silva the outright lead. And now we have a three-way tie at the top.
Fakis looking to finish strong. This is her third on the par 5, hole 18.
3 shots have been safe.
Anniken Christensen Sten, the long jumper, back-to-back birdies on 16 and 17. I'm going to roll the Zuka replay. Give her about 40 feet on that one. And you can use the code ZukaChamp for 15% off over at Zuka. Previous putt you saw was for eagle for Pierce. Now the comebacker for birdie. Just outside of the bullseye, not a problem.
That so stacked up. All the way down, Paige, Pierce, Henna, Elisa all at 7 under, and then Silva, Owen, Holland at 8. As we see Silva's shot go just directly into those leaves, I could see why Valerie Mondahano might have had the lost disc. Just get buried.
Well, more aggression from Blomroos than we saw from Lisa, who went with more of a shorter forehand to play for position and then laid up with her second shot. Henna far more aggressive, and Missy, good reaction off the ground, even 2 good reactions off the ground. Center of the fairway.
All you can really do is just throw the line you want, make sure you're getting a nice clean shot, and then you're trying to drive it into this hillside. So you can really have a whole slew of reactions, from a hit and roll to a skip to a bank shot to the left. It's kind of luck of the draw and what you hit when you hit that hill.
That looks wide. Paige Pierce off the fairway. We'll find her when we return.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Second shot, climbs the hill. Silva's disc has been found. Look how thick those leaves are on the left side. Some pretty awkward footing for her to try and get enough width on her stance. Basket's just behind this V tree. About, I would say, maybe 20 feet past. I think she crushed that. I think that went way long.
It's a close shave either way, that's for sure. Hanley, the standstill forehand, puts herself in great position. A look from inside the circle for a birdie. Trying to bounce back after the bogey on the previous.
This is just ideal for Missy. Center of the fairway, lined up with the largest opening to approach the pin. Goes for the wide gap, get the skip. One last tree in her way, but a relatively short putt. Well, a big shot not necessarily paying off. She has to still approach short.
This is Lisa Fakis throwing her fourth, trying to get up and down, keep the clean scorecard. Oh, I like this. That's going to skip right to the pin. And Lisa Fakis. What a solid round of golf here today.
This is Lisa's 4th shot. Just dead on line. I love that it hits the ground just short to slow it down and just gives just outside the bullseye. So a short par putt coming up to finish an incredible round for Lisa.
Solid chain for Sarnen, but not quite on line. It was left side. Hit a lot of the chains, but it was left side and maybe just a touch high. Oh, just barely left. Not necessarily high, but just enough off the mark. Scoggins is low. What happened there, Val?
I saw her look up at those branches just above her head. Was that the distraction that caused her to lose some focus? But because it's slightly downhill, that miss, the fact that she hit no metal, still leaves her with the tester putt.
That one's online, without a doubt. Certainly some possible distraction or lapse in concentration to the point where she didn't draw metal. Missy now with a birdie look. That'll be Missy's 2nd birdie of the round. Vegas. 7 under bogey-free round is in the books. What a performance by Lisa Fakis. And of course she's gonna move off with a gritty. Love it. She's better at throwing the disc than carrying it, but the celebratory dance for Lisa Fakis. Again, her previous best rounds coming into this tournament, the previous 2 best rounds of her career were a 10-10 rated round at GMC and a 10-15 rated round at the Northwest Disc Golf Championship. We'll see what this shakes out with today, but a 7 under. Remember, she came in at even par, 8 strokes back of Holland Hanley, who has the points title, and incredible effort for Lisa trying to erase that deficit. She may not be out in front, but definitely took a huge chunk out of that deficit that she started with. Her, along with Madison Walker, came in at even par, along with Sophia Dunica and Raven Klein, who are our wild card contenders. Of course, certainly setting up for some drama and getting right to it today.
And if everybody started at even par, Lisa Fakis would be our leader for the day. The hottest round, all the way up by Henna, who's shooting a 6 down. Still has 18 to finish up, though, for Henna.
And really, she would love to do exactly as Lisa did. After 2 shots, she's in the same spot here. And from there, she's hoping to approach over just as Lisa did, and she would love to walk away with the par. Hannah actually had more birdies than Lisa, as she's already carded 8 birdies on the day, but she does have 2 bogeys, so that's why she's sitting at 6 under for today's round. Nice smooth approach, or excuse me, throw from Pierce. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Missy on the tee of 15.
It's a great line from Missy. A safe but confident Anheuser shot, but that's going to leave her short. But you really have to put everything behind this if you want to get inside the circle. Trying to bend it around to the left. You got to get around this corner grouping of trees. There's really no shortcuts. I like the height out of Silva's shot. She's still going to be short of the circle at least.
I like that. Well done.
Up to this point, hole 15 has yet to see a birdie. Holland giving it the best chance, right at bullseye. Remember the shot from Henna. She gave it a great chance, just short on her birdie bid.
Blomroos with her 4th, trying to match, like I said, the effort that we saw from Lisa, and she's going to have a much longer putt, and she's flirting with out of bounds. Pierce is a co-leader.
Progress doesn't stand still. Neither do we. Every moment matters, every step evolving through experience. Trust breeds confidence, and confidence is everything. Any terrain, any conditions. The all-new Syncrasy V2 by Ideo Sports.
legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Again, and a long look for birdie.
Also pitched up underneath the pin.
Sarnan converts on the par from inside the circle. Hanley just a step or two outside of bullseye. And with that will become your solo leader.
The only birdie on this hole that we've seen today. Great drive from Holland, well executed. And it was another chance for her to become the solo leader, and she really took control on that drive to make it so. A disappointing finish for Henna.
That's going to be a double bogey finish. She still has moved up 7 spots as of right now, so definitely picking up ground here today, but
boom. That was a huge drive from Paige. She turned around, didn't even need to see that one finish.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Made from the earth, Rhino harnesses the power of plants and the sun to create topical performance products that are good for us and our earth. Formulated by a pharmacist and built by a chef, Rhino's unique line of products helps adventurers perform better and enhance recovery.
Pierce throwing her second shot. A huge drive. Yeah, that should set her up with a birdie look. It's officially crunch time from here throughout the rest of the round. Thanks to our friends over at 1010 Disc. Be commercial free throughout the rest of round one here of the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship. Brought to us by Barbasol.
It looked like Holland threw something faster than a putter. And as I was seeing her lineup, I was thinking, yeah, it is uphill, but it is only 218 feet. So Holland can easily reach it with a putter. Now she's going to be long of the basket, putting back.
Near the big tree, right? Yeah.
Val Mundahano has a par look on the 17th, and it bounces up and in for Val Mundahano. The jumper. Take another look from circle 2, way deep in circle 2, outside of 50 feet or so. And that one falls in, and thanks to our friends at LL Bean, who believe that being outside is good for us in every possible way. Visit llbean.com today and be an outsider. Hanley, the birdie look. Doesn't get it to stick.
Oh my gosh. That was such a great effort. And even the basket moves a little bit, but that looked dead center to me.
See Hanley's reaction. She certainly thought she had it. Not quite enough for our Tour Points champion. Gannon, chance at birdie. And clip some of the low-hanging leaves there. '16, certainly one of the easiest holes on this course.
Silva with the birdie. Now sits at 9 under, tied with Holland Hanley.
.75% of the field have birdied hole 16 today. Scoggins is in for the birdie, which means that Silva and Owen are both at 9 under as your co-leaders, one out in front of Hanley. Excuse me, also tied with Hanley.
It's starting to add up. Those putts that Paige has missed on the left side. She has hit a few solid putts today, but she's left several out there as well. And knowing that she's just nipping at the heels of her leader, it's going to be something she's going to think about going into round 2.
And with that hot round that we saw by Lisa Fakis, as of right now, unofficially a 10-14 rated round. Initially, when she was the first card in, it was a 10-12 rated round, then has jumped up to 10-14. It could go even higher. Could be her highest rated round of her career. And we're blessed that we've got Lisa Fakis in the clubhouse after her round. She's along with Nate Perkins. Here's what she had to say.
Lisa Fakis, you're coming off the course 7 under par without a bogey. Those are metrics we really didn't think were possible heading into the course this morning. How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, dream round, so I feel amazing. And I can't wait for the rest of the tournament. So feeling really good.
Well, how were you able to get it done? What were your practice rounds like? Did you think you could shoot a 7?
I didn't have any numbers in my mind, but practice went really well. However, practice usually goes well, and sometimes I don't make the cut, like at D-Glow or I throw pink. So it's like when I'm practicing really good, I have to keep myself in check always. So, yeah.
Well, 9 for 18, circle 2 in regulation. It looks like you really got a lot of this done with the putting. 14 for 14 from C1X. Talk about what you're putting with and how you felt in your routine this morning.
So the putter, first of all, I just really got into my new routine, and it makes me feel so comfortable behind my lie when I'm putting. And I'm putting with Casey Pro AVRs, and I've been putting with them for like ever, I think, except one season when I, didn't putt with them. But, over 10 years I've been putting with that same putter. And today, like I said, my new routine gives me a lot of confidence. And once I go through my routine, I feel like there's a good chance that I'm going to get close or go in.
Well, Lisa, right now it says it's unofficially rated 10-12, but according to you, where does this rank in terms of some of the great rounds of your career?
Probably best round ever, just because of the stakes. This is a championship, but also I've shot, I think, only a couple thousand rated rounds in my entire career, maybe 2 or 3. So this would be like maybe 4, maybe, so I don't do it quite often. It feels awesome to put a round together. It's awesome.
Well, you guys heard it. Lisa Fakis and the best round of her career. She does it on the biggest stage. Lisa, congrats on the bogey-free effort today.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Perks, along with Lisa Fakis. And she's selling herself a little short. I count 8 rounds of hers in her career that are 1,000 rated or better, and she'll be adding this one to it. Now, how it'll ultimately shake out is yet to be seen, but her highest rated round of her career previous to today was 1,015 from the Northwest Disc Golf Championships. Very good chance it could be at that or maybe even slightly above when it's all said and done. Pierce Finding the fairway, not a problem.
At this point, nobody has a chance to catch her. Anybody that's finishing up the round. So all these players are higher rated than Lisa, and yeah, I don't know all the logistics of how it all shakes out, but I intend to see that continue to rise and how high it was rated. It's just an incredible round from Lisa.
To be fair, Val, no one knows how it all shakes out with that.
There's one man that knows.
That's part of that secret sauce from Chuck Kennedy and crew way back in the day. That's another debate for another day, though. Can argue about that in the comments.
And I really like where Missy is landed, keeping herself kind of higher on that hillside, so as she runs up, she can get a better visual. She doesn't have to throw this disc nose up. If you were lower to the left, yeah, that's a nice straight penetrating shot that catches those early trees. She'll have a long bid, and it is a more safe green to actually go for the putt from long range. That is just awesome. Again, similar position as Missy. A great vantage point to throw your second shot. I love that Sylvia used that wide right route.
She's so mad with this color.
It's just so risky to land up here on this flat part right before the OB. Again, she could see the pin from here. You can get a few steps behind her lie. That tree right there on the left might come into play. Wow, really shaping it up nicely. Gets a good skip. She's right there for the birdie.
Yeah, that can't beat that big tree.
Paige is going for the second island on her second shot. The first player to do so, and she gets a green flag. I'm wondering if it's short of the opening, though.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is there a payoff? Of course, you know, getting up the fairway is always great, but I wonder if that's going to give her an opportunity to get extra aggressive on the next shot. And our DGPT trivia shows you only one player in the top 10 of the DGPT standings doesn't have a win. Gannon, long birdie look. Val, you got your answer locked in for the trivia question. We're going to answer it on the tee of 18, so you had a little time to think about it.
Can I get 10 guesses?
I'll give you 9.
I could do maybe 5.
This isn't Name That Tune. Saarinen for birdie on the 17th.
Just over the rim.
And she'll be our first player to double digits. She is 10 under for the total. Scoggins will join her at 10 under.
It's funny, today I'm feeling nervous about our leaders. It's still, all these putts are still pressure filled, and we see everybody really taking their time, knowing what every stroke can do as you head toward that $30,000 paycheck at the end of this weekend. And hole 18 is certainly something that players don't write off. You have to really focus up on the tee shot. So we see a lot of players, you want to land that first tee shot safe, but depending on where you land, will you lay up short of the OB? It's seeming very likely unless you just have a huge drive. Paige was able to go over this OB area in 2 shots, but we saw her land about here. And like we were mentioning, wondering if it's cutting off the entry into that 3rd island green. We see these 3 islands. Really, you want to land where you're lined up with that opening. Lisa was there on her 3rd shot. Henna was also there on the 3rd. OB is circling this pin, so you have to be very accurate. If you're going to go for the island, you want to keep it close. You need to keep it close to keep it in bounds. And just to see all how these holes have been sculpted out, it's just been a really fun round to watch.
Who do you have as our player in the top 10 of the standing that doesn't have a win, Val?
Hannah Wynn.
Hannah Wynn, okay.
Cat Merch. Well, I guess it's good if I don't mention your name, but Cat Merch, yeah, not having the best season. Still a chance.
Well, whenever you're playing some trivia or maybe in the backyard trying to stump your friends, you should also be playing a little slot shot action. You can think cornhole with discs, and you throw soft rubber discs through the scoop and slots to earn points and win the game. Use code CHAMP50 to get $50 off your pre-order today. And I guess here's our answer about if Pierce could go after it from where she was, and it looks like a layup to that spot. And this is pulled inside, kicks left, that's heading toward OB, and out of bounds for Saarinen. So she pulled it tight right, and then it kicks all the way to the other side of the fairway. Not the slot shot action I was looking for.
I know, I was just thinking, I need to try out slot shot. I think it'd be way better at that than trivia. I'm a gamer, but better at throwing things than mental games.
2026, we're going to have some slot shot action over at Bevel. I'm here for it.
Yeah, or during commercial breaks here in the studio.
That too. Pierce with her 4th. She's got to make it pay off.
I was holding my breath, Terry. That was a really high release.
Putt for par coming up for Pierce.
I think a forehand is a great skill to have on hole 18. Tee shot really sets up nicely, and then I think the second shot, as you approach that second island, it really opens up more on that right side where a sidearm would land. You see all our backhand throwers trying to throw the Anheuser. Missy. That one flies 2 straight. She is also OB.
Pierce trying to close out with a par. And on the money. So nice work from Pierce. She shoots a 3 under. Now sitting in a tie for 4th, which means she's technically moved up 1 spot. She came in to today in 5th. And very much in the conversation here for the weekend. See that jump by Lisa Fakis. Up 13 spots. Talked about her putting routine and feeling very comfortable with it. 100% C1X putting today.
And it really had to be all that and then some for Lisa to close the gap that she started the round with. 8 strokes back of our leader. Oh, and cranks over on this one. I don't think that crossed. So we'll have to see where the lie is that the players will give her. Is it at the far edge of this inbounds area, or is it the corner of the second landing zone? I imagine Missy's aiming for that flanner in the distance. That's the perfect line. This almost looked like it didn't have enough turn, but it holds on. And throughout the day, even though Missy has been struggling, we see that smile on her face. I mean, after she took the double bogey back on 4, she had a smile that made it look like she just birdied the hole. I think that mental strength is what really has allowed Missy Gannon to succeed all these years. And her endurance in these final few events of the season, for her to just keep chugging forward when everybody else is ready to pack it up and head home for the off season.
Yeah, she was very vocal about that. You know, we're always trying to figure out what's your secret recipe? How are you finding in all these big moments to close out the season with all these big checks on the line? And she just says, you know what, I'm going to push all the way to the end. It's not the off season yet, and a lot of people are looking forward to it. She said, I'm looking forward to it, but it's not here yet. So she wants to leave it all out on the table. She wants to put everything out there, and you know, it's been a very consistent message from her. And maybe, like you said, it's just that mental fortitude of saying, hey, I still am at work. It's a couple more days of it, and then the off season can begin.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we'll fight through this, Val.
Yes, I could do it. I could do it.
So Owen on the short side, so to speak, of the OB, pitching over, and this is going to get all that much closer to Lisa Fakis, as a few of our top competitors are looking to take bogey or worse as we're closing out here. And when we're taking a look at our championship runs and who's finished where, previous champions at the Tour Championship. Missy, of course, coming off of back-to-back. Also had won it back in 2021.
And Haley King came into the Tour Championships ranked 4th. So she had to battle her way back the most out of any other champion. Lisa Fakis, what a story that would be if she continues to play this hot golf and fights for a Tour Championship of her own, maybe?
Yeah. 8-stroke deficit is what she's looking to erase. Today she shoots a 7-under bogey-free. Hon Hanley currently at 1 under for the round.
Silva keeps it safe. She's just outside of circle's edge. Silva will have a long putt for par. Missy has a slightly better angle and dials it up nicely, gets a big skip, but it stays safe.
And as I'm looking at it now, I believe regardless of how Missy finishes out on the 18th, she will be on the 3rd card tomorrow.
Yeah, 4 over currently for the round today. And with the help of coming into the round at 7 under, she still remains at 3 under. She's got a lot of work to do to get some redemption on this course. Silva, Owen, Missy have all found OB on 18. Holland is clean with sitting after 2 shots, just lined up perfectly with the opening.
The best score that we've seen on 18 is a par. No one has managed to get the birdie.
Maybe not perfectly, maybe about 2 feet or 3 feet too far.
Holland could become the first if she can get up and down. She could become the lone birdie in the entire division.
tricky little twisty shot.
That's going to be a birdie look for Holland Hanley. Good chance for Hanley. If she converts, she will be our outright leader going into tomorrow's round.
And that
There's
was
no doubt about it.
Well played from Holland. It was a very challenging third shot, but she made it work. It was a clean flight. And as Nate Heinold mentioned, hole 18, we're going to see some stroke swings happen, and we see it right here with our leaders. Holland stepping up big to try and claim the solo lead after round 1.
Sarnen not able to get that one to drop. So Sarnen came in at 10 under into hole 18, as well as Scoggins. However, both of them looking at losing that share of the lead if Holland Hanley can convert here. Right at circle's edge. And it's low. Hanley will finish with a par. Gannon not able to get the par. A rough go for Missy Gannon today. Scoggins in for bogey. She'll be at 9 under. Sarnen also in for bogey. She will be at 9 under. Missy will be on the third card, and Hanley is in for the par. She'll be one of our 3 co-leaders. Three co-leaders, 9 under. Lisa Fakis with her 7 under effort, unofficially moving up to a 10-20 rate around. That still may shift, but we tied with her is Paige Pierce at 7 under, and Perkins was able to catch up with Pierce after the round.
Paige Pierce, you just came off the course and said if you could only putt, you would have gone pretty low today. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I was throwing so good, and like if I'm being 100% honest, like I wasn't feeling super confident going into this round today. Like I only got 1 practice round in at this course, and it was like not going my way. The course is really hard, and I really related to Macbeth's press conference where he was like, it's easier to bogey than birdie. So I was preparing myself for quite a few bogeys, and just told myself, stay calm. Everyone's going to be hitting trees. But yeah, I pleasantly surprised myself. I threw really good. I'm very proud of myself, but I couldn't get it in the basket. So yeah, if only.
Well, Paige, only 3 bogeys on the day, including an eagle out there. Can you kind of break down how you were able to get to 3 on number 6?
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember what hole 6 is right now. All the holes kind of blend together.
It's a power line par 5
Oh,
that
right.
you eagled.
Okay, yeah. Sweet. Okay. Didn't realize that was an eagle. Yeah, I mean, I just throw a massive shot there. I threw my drive, and then second shot, I was like 345 to the pin, so I clubbed down to vulture. And it just held up into the headwind and it did come up short though. I was surprised to get up there and see myself outside the circle, but I ended up making the putt and was excited to just make the putt after I felt like I had 2 good shots. I didn't realize that was for eagle, so that's really cool. Yeah, and then like the next shot, it's almost the same shot. It's 347, and I just threw a 345 into that same headwind. And I got myself to 20 feet, almost aced it, and then missed the putt. So yeah, I think I'll spend the rest of the afternoon putting. I'm over at Apocalypse Ale Works, and they have baskets out there, so I'll probably spend the day putting.
Well, Paige, 5 dropped circle 1 putts, and you're just 3 off the lead. But with this day of solid driving out there, how is this going to change your confidence going into one more round at this course?
Yeah, it does change things for sure. I've now seen what works. I know that I can repeat those shots, and I know that I'm gonna feel more confident on the green tomorrow. I just have to. And you know, just also it feels crazy being out here. There's not that many players, there's not that many spectators, and it's just quiet on the course, and it feels like late in the year, and you're just like, don't think it's a big deal, but it really is. And I did just check in with myself around like hole 8, 9, or 10, somewhere in there in the middle of the course, and reminded myself like, this is a $40,000 check at the end of the tournament. You know, I could buy myself a boat, you know, like, and I'm like, okay, we're playing for a boat. And so yeah, it's just it reminding myself how important this is, and reminding myself that I'm in a better position than I have been in the last few years. I only started the tournament 4 strokes back as opposed to 10 strokes back last year, which was unbelievable. So it is a mountain, but it's a small mountain.
All right, Paige Pierce looking to climb the mountain and add a boat down there to the Pensacola dock. All right, Paige, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow for round 2.
I think T-Pain is here for it. He'd like to get on that boat with Paige Pierce. Paige, very optimistic. I love to see it. She's going to be sitting on the top of the chase card tomorrow. And when we come back, we're going to have the rest of our Tournament Central and our OTB after show. We'll be right back.
Have you tried the lineup from Climo Disc Golf yet? Designed by the one and only Ken Climo, 12-time world champion, these discs are engineered with decades of winning experience. From laser-straight fairway drivers to dependable putters, every mold is crafted with precision, control, and championship DNA. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just getting hooked on the sport, there's a disc that fits your grip, your style, and your goals. Visit Climo Disc Golf today and discover your next favorite disc.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
This winter, make Smuggler's Notch Resort Vermont your home away from home. Smugs is home to 3 big mountains, 78 trails, terrain for all abilities, and 300 inches of average snowfall with top-to-bottom snowmaking. Smugs, your home away from home with daily access to heated pools, hot tubs, tubing, Nordic trails, and endless indoor play at the Fun Zone 2.0. Plus, enjoy a variety of dining and shopping options in the village with weekly activities for the entire family. Visit smugs.com and book your home away from home winter vacation today.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa, but this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Welcome to Tournament Central as we've just completed round 1 at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championship presented by Barbasol. Our hot rounds show Lisa Fakis at 7 under, 3 clear of everyone else in the field, 3 or more clear of the next best rounds. Unofficially now rated 10-21. Her highest rating of her career comes at such a great time as she's kicking off the Pro Tour Championship. With a great drive like this one on the 12th. It's set up for one of her shortest putts on the day. And that one working out for her just fine. Some days when everything's going your way, putts like that drop. Awesome to see Lisa Fakis. And you know, so much conversation about the quick turnaround. I think that's going to be understandably a theme. Not only was it a quick turnaround, but then playing 2 courses, one of which is almost completely brand new, being this new London Tech course. I was calling it the new London because it's a very different look from what we've had in the past. Welcome in, everyone. What's that?
Speaking of new.
Yeah, a little more clarity for everything that's going on for our Pro Tour Championship. Someone who's played so well all year long is Holland Hanley. She wins the points title, comes in with the biggest advantage. She comes in with 8 starting strokes today. Things weren't necessarily going her way for most of the round, and you saw some of that frustration, and maybe if you were a lip reader, you were a little, you knew what was going on the 18th when she missed the birdie putt, but she's in the clubhouse. Nate Perkins caught up with her. She's still very much in the hunt, so let's check in with Holland Hanley and Nate Perkins.
Holland, there was a lot of talk heading into this round about the challenges that these new holes brought. Where was your head starting on hole 1?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the long season or what, but I felt like just my ability to focus today was not there. Felt kind of cloudy and just tired. Physically, I feel fine, like completely recovered and fine. So I don't know if I'm just way behind on sleep or what. But yeah. my brain just was not cooperating today.
Well, when you're in that state, is there anything that you can do to, change your disc selection to make it easier on yourself to hit the line?
Not really, because it wasn't that I was picking the wrong discs or making the wrong choices. It's just not locking in for the 30 seconds or whatever that I need to actually execute the shot. There were a couple times where I was lined up correctly and everything, and then just last second it just stood up or got distracted by something. Not anything anyone else was doing. It's just completely my own little world, and so that was frustrating.
Well, what can you do, say, this evening to hopefully reset that focus?
I really think it's just going to be a lot of sleep. I think I need that mental rest. I think, I don't know. Hope that works.
And now that you've seen the course kind of played in competition, do you feel any different about the challenge out here?
Not really. I mean, it played about how I expected. I knew, we were all going to have moments that looked really good, and we were all going to have moments where we hit an early tree and we're, less scrambling, and we were all going to have some struggle moments. And I haven't looked at how the other scores shook out, but I think lead card definitely, we've all got a little bit of cleaning up we can definitely do tomorrow.
Holland, thanks so much for your time, and we're all hoping you are able to find that focus for the next 3 rounds.
All right, thanks.
Can't say I'm surprised to hear that at all. Like we were just talking about, this quick turnaround and then learning and playing a very difficult course right away. Is there anything else that you took from that?
Yeah, and playing a difficult course requires so much mental strength because you really have to focus on every single shot. The height, the angle, it all is a huge factor on how cleanly you can get through the course. And it's really going to push their players to the max, especially here at the end of the season, the biggest paycheck they've seen all year. Yeah, we got to see who's still in it.
Well, someone who's still in it, she had the second hottest round out on the course. We know that Lisa shot the 7. The next best was Silva Saarinen with her 4 under. Perkins was able to catch up with her as well after the round.
Silva, there's always a lot of talk when we're watching the Finns play tight wooded course that you guys feel a little bit more comfortable with tight lines. Would you agree with that?
Do you mean that we feel better there than spectators or what?
Well, they feel like this is the type of golf that you learn to play on. So do you feel comfortable shaping shots through the tight woods?
I would say yes, yeah, and I like wooded courses, and I think this year this is better course than last year, so yeah.
Well, how did you feel out there, Silva? There was a lot of talk about this being one of the hardest courses in the world. Would you agree with that? And how did you feel about your round today?
I wouldn't say it's hardest. I don't know what is hardest, but yeah, it's not easy, but I felt good there, and yeah.
Well, you're tied for the lead now. You erased the stroke deficit that you started with. How do you feel about that?
I'm happy that those differences between us are over now, and it starts like again tomorrow.
Well, a lot of really clever wind reads out there. Those DeFi shots in the open holes shaped up nice when they got up to flat. I wanted to ask you about some of those straight mid-ranges that you're throwing. What's the slot that you're using to consistently throw that flip up to flat 300-foot shot?
Sorry, I didn't understand. What did you ask?
That's okay. What disc are you using to throw straight? What mid-range are you using?
I have one Echo and 10 hexes.
An Echo and a hex. All right,
Yep.
Silva, thanks so much for your time. We're looking forward to seeing you toss those Echo and hexes out there again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Real quick, I'll say what I took from that was she feels like this is just now round 2 tomorrow. She's down, or in this case, she's actually tied, but the deficit feels like it's done and it's over with, whatever it was for all the players. And now we're just going into round 2 of a 4-round tournament. And obviously, she's in a good spot. She's tied for the lead.
Yeah, and you can hear of her response saying, yeah, I don't feel like this is the most difficult course, but maybe she's just so locked in at this point. She sees that there's lines and there's clear, fairways out here, and it's just a matter of if you hit them or not. So very solid performance today. And I think it's a round that, there's still room for improvement for sure. She could have hit a few more putts, but it's a round that she can replicate. I hope Lisa Pecos can hold on to another great round tomorrow. But again, she set the bar so high. It would be amazing to see somebody else shoot a 7 under.
Well, someone who had 7 birdies, but then she gave a few of them back, was Owen Scoggins, and she's tied for the lead. So Perkins caught up with her as well. Here's what she had to say.
Owen Scoggins, you're coming off the course. You're not even sure where you're sitting in the tournament. You are, in fact, tied for the lead. You've erased the stroke deficit. What's your reaction to that?
Quite surprised because especially the last hole, I got bogey, and I feel like my competitor, like they do some birdie here and there behind, like 4 or 5 hole lap, and I thought maybe they're ahead of me. Plus when I come here, I'm kind of like go side right away. So I don't know what's going on, but it's good surprise. It's good surprise. I know like 4 or 5 us like today was like not playing good. We missed a lot of putt. Our lie was off, and a lot of things just not go to our plan today.
Well, can you kind of talk about the challenge that this new course brought? Was it as difficult as everyone hyped it up to be?
I feel like it looked like difficult because we don't have time to practice much. I think all of us just have maybe 1 or 2 rounds practicing. But I feel like if we come back next year, I think it's gonna be easier, you know, because it's a challenging course, but I feel like when we have more practicing, I think it can be quite okay.
Well, Owen, where is your body at physically? I saw you kind of feeling your lower left side of your back. Are you in any pain out there?
I have sciatic nerve. I have it like worse last week. So it's go to my left leg. It's kind of numb. That is not. I don't like it much. So pretty much like I pay with the pain. Especially last week was the worst. This week is feel a little bit better, but like I said, if I move here and there wrong, or if I carry something heavy, it will be inflamed, whatever. So I just try to go through like 2-3 more tournaments, and I cross my finger. Hopefully I'm survive.
Well, Owen, what can you clean up to improve your score during round 2 tomorrow?
You know what? As long as I can hit the line, and maybe my putting is on. So today my putting was not on. Couple miss here and there. It's hard though. It's hard to hit all the line. It's hard not to get bogey. But we can do. We just need to be, you know, like I said, throw a right disc and hopefully cross the finger and not hit anything, and be birdie and par. Cross the finger, like I said.
All right, guys, that's Owen Scoggins, your Masters and Pro Women World Champion. Thank you, Owen.
Thank you.
Hear Owen talk about, and a great observation by Perkins, but to hear her talk about, some injury or her sciatic nerve possibly irritating her. She says she doesn't like it. So that's one thing, but certainly battled through it today.
Yeah, and it can be really challenging. A lot of rounds have been put in. You're at the end of the season. You're walking a lot. Your legs are tight. Then you jumped in the car to get your practice rounds in, like she said, and boom, we're in the Tour Championship and it's off and running.
Well, speaking of the end of the rounds, now is the time when we get to pick our OTB Only the Best shot of the day. What do you got for us?
I'm going to give it to Paige, the only eagle that we saw out there on hole 6. Yep. She said she didn't even know that it was an eagle, but
must be nice.
Yeah, a great drive. Upshot though left her a little short, but a massive putt for the eagle.
Yeah, I like that, as well as early in the round. We saw Silva Saarinen, who I thought she was just outside of circle 2 with her approach and would have a long putt. She had an actual throw to make, and it was more than 100 feet. So I'm going to go with the Silva Saarinen throw-in. I believe that was hole 3. But let's take a look. This is our OTB Only the Best shot of the day.
This was a great surprise. Gave us a little energy to start the round.
And it was actually on hole 2. It was 157 feet. It's the perfect angle, everything about it. On point and beautiful. Nice shot by Silva Saarinen. She only had 2 bogeys on the round. Went out there and collected ultimately 6 birdies to shoot 4 under. That's your OTB Only the Best shot of the day. More action, of course, on the MPO side this afternoon, kicking off at 2 p.m. Eastern. For Nate Perkins on the ground, along with Valerie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon as MPO kicks off at the Tour Championship presented by Barbasol.